Welcome, everybody, to the second day of the We Grow Together Dialogue Conference 2020. I hope you're all excited to hear what we have for you today, because today is Meet the Living Legends Day. We are going to hear from our amazing living legends about their stories and their adventures and their projects to get you all inspired and feel very hopped up to do this thing and the rest of the week. We're gonna have a few people here today. We're gonna have Pradeep here. We're gonna have Khalid here. We're gonna have Ivan here and Augustine. Um, and Monique, of course, because Monique is our starring living legend. So we're gonna start with our first living legend. I'm gonna introduce to you, going to introduce to you now, and we're gonna start with Pradeep, who's gonna tell us all about his Zero Hunger project. So here it comes. Welcome, Pradeep. Pradeep, I can't hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon to you all.
I hope you are excited to share your story with all of us.
Yes, I'm excited. And thank you so much for this another second day of the International Youth Conference. Today is the second day. So today I'm going to talk and share on about the Zero Hunger Global Goal 2 and how can we achieve, how can we reduce the zero hunger through the agriculture innovation. That means the integration of the technology.
Well, thank you very much for being here, and have fun. Good luck, and we can't wait to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much once more. And my name is Pradeep Sapkota. I'm the country director of One World Citizens to the Nepal, as well as president of social organization called Change and Peace Mission. And also recently we set up here the Sunway Research and Innovation Center to do the research and innovation related to the ICT for, of course, to achieve the sustainable development goals. Yeah, so today we are on the second day of the youth conference, and today my topic is on the zero hunger through agriculture innovation. Yeah, please, next slide. Yeah, well, in the old 821 million people, more than 1 in 9 of the old population are still hunger, and they do not get enough to eat. So that means 1 in 9 of the old population, still the people have no sufficient food, they are still hunger. So you can also see the map, the hunger. So according to the hunger, the old food program, the hunger map 2019, it shows that more than 1 in 9 of the old population, they are still behind the food. Why? Yep, because there are so many circumstances why the people are have no sufficient food. So of course, if I ask to you the questions from where we can get the food, yeah, if I ask in the developed countries, most of the people or the youngsters or the children, they will say that the food will come from the supermarket or somewhere. But actually, from where the food will come? Yeah, of course, the food will come from the agriculture field, and it will goes to the supermarket or the restaurant or the hotel or the factories. So of course, the food will come from the agriculture field, and it will goes to the supermarket or the hotel.
Pradeep, we cannot hear you, unfortunately.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes,
Sorry.
thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry for my mic was muted. So can you please share the screen? I mean the slide. Hello. Sorry. Yeah, I was talking on about how can we achieve the goals? How can we provide? How can we make enough food all over the world by which we all the peoples have the sufficient food? Yeah, of course, we have to do the agriculture, and still most of the people are doing the agriculture in a traditional way. So if we integrate some technology for the agriculture, then of course we can achieve our targets and objectives. So Monique, could you please? Oh yes, now the screen is appear. Sorry for the technical problems. Could you please share the next slide?
Give me 1 second. I'm almost there. Yes.
Uh, no, not it. Yes, now the next slide. Yeah, according to the Hunger Task Force of the Millennium Projects, about 80% of the whole population are suffering hunger. They live in the who lives in the rural areas, and also about 50% live in rural smallholder farming households, while another 22% are farming households that do not have access to land. So that means in the above 80 and the 50%, they have the land, but they are still suffering from the hunger. But if we go in the third line, 22% farming households, they don't have access the land. So what if we come up all together, those people who don't have the land and those people who have the land, if we come together, then we can make a production of the agriculture. And also according to the Food Aid Foundation, 820 million people, that means 1 in 9 still go to bed on an empty stomach each night. That means 1 in 9 people, the individuals, they are still hunger. They don't have sufficient food. And also, according to the hunger projects, 75% of the world's poorest people live in rural areas and depend on agriculture and related activities for their livelihood, while 50% of hungry people are farming families. Let's see. Those people who are farming, who are doing the agriculture in 100%, still 50% of the farmers are still hungry. What we can imagine from that, what we can think from that is that still the farmers are not able to produce the food from their farming. So we have to figure out what's the main reason. That might be the laborious hard work, lack of the technology, lack of fertilizer, pesticides, the seeds, or the market value chain or the supply chain. So these might be the circumstances, the determination factors that still push the farmers to be still out of the food. So the next slide. Yeah. Yeah, I just I'm showing some pictures from the Asia, Europe, and Africa, how it looks like. Like in Asia, in Nepal, most of the lands looks like in the terrace like that, and Europe, yeah, almost it is very flat, and as well as in Africa. So these are the agriculture resources. These are our local resources from where we can continuously get the food. But if we have the lack of the skills and the technologies how to make it happen, then of course it will make a bit far away from to achieve our targets. The target is to produce mass production from the field. So what we have to do for the agricultural production. So please, next slide. And now let's think what we have to do to make a mass production of the agriculture or the yield. What things we have to do? So agriculture is the fundamental source of national prosperity. So each and every nations, they have their own local resources. So the local resources might be like the agriculture land or water resources, the forest, the minerals, mines, golds, just for example. So agriculture land is one of the precious resources, local resources of their own nations by which they can prosper. So how we can prosper from the land, from the agriculture land? Of course, we have to do the agriculture by implementing some technology from the grass level. So the innovation. So innovation is doing a new things. In the previous time, our ancestors, our grandparents, our fathers are still doing the farming, and they are still plugging the field by using the ox or something like that. And nowadays some technology are also implementing like the tractors like that. So in the right side you can see this is our land in Nepal. We just innovate something. So innovation means doing new things. So creativity is thinking of new things. So we made a creativity with the together of the teams to innovate the new things. So we use the recycled bike to innovate to plug the field. So that means we can plow the field by ourselves for the plantation. So that is related to the zero hunger. So that's why the innovation starts if we do the new things from our creativity. So in the next slide, we will show you what things we are focusing and what we are doing for the innovation in agriculture. Yeah, in the future it will looks like, so that is our dream. So of course in yesterday's program conference we talk about the dreams, what is our dream. So now today we are presenting this is our dream. So IoT in agriculture, that means Internet of Things in agriculture. So we will use all the technology for agriculture innovation. So let's go inside what is meant by IoT. Yes, Internet of Things is IoT, the network of physical objects or things embedded with electronics, software, sensor, and network connectivity, which enables these objects to collect and access the data. Just for example, in your hand, we have the mobile phone, smartphones, right? And also we have the data, the internet connectivity. Now we are also accessing our views or conducting the online program by using the IoT stuffs. That means electronic stuff, software, like we are using the StreamYard software and the hardware like the computer, internet. So in this way, we can exchange the data, and we are exchanging the data. And if we go in the agriculture stuffs, how we exchange the data from the field to our database. So the structure of the IoT will looks like the service and the internet. So the internet might be the Wi-Fi, the mobile, DSL, fiber, so on, example, etc. And the gateway is the Zigbee, RFID, or maybe LoRa, like that. And the things means what things we need to transfer the data. The things might be the sensors. There are so many kind of sensors, and here in our research center we are also using some sensors. And in coming next slide, I will show you how we are gathering the data from the field. The sensors might be the temperature, the power, humidity, the moisture, etc. So let's go inside the another slide. Yeah, before that, let's think, imagine, let's know about the revolution on internet. So internet of boffins from 1969 to 1995, and then the internet of geeks come out from 1995 to 2000, and internet of masses. So in everywhere the internet are starting from 2000 to 2007, and mobile internet comes from 2007 to 2011, and from 2012 to still beyond, we are in the internet of things, IoT revolution. So this is the revolution of the internet. So why not we have to focus on IoT stuffs? So the IoT stuffs is very important, and also it is very helpful to accomplish any kind of the jobs, and also the uh, things what we are going to do. Not only in agriculture, not only in health, not only in education. In every sectors, the IoT is very important and very easier also to use and to accomplish our objectives. So another slide. So what are the applications of IoT in agriculture? So that means why we have to integrate the technology for agriculture innovation. That means what are the application of Internet of Things? Monitor soil moisture and temperature. So we will show you in this slide how we monitor the soil moisture, the temperature, the humidity, the pressure. So that is what we are still doing here in Nepal. And also the control the irrigation, how to control the irrigation as well as make automatic irrigation, and efficient use of inputs like water, fertilizer, pesticides. These are the very important things. So if there is no access of water, then let's imagine what will happen in the agriculture field. Likewise, the fertilizer, pesticides. Also, if there is too high of the water, fertilizer, pesticides, then it will damage the agriculture field. So the IoT stuffs will help to control and to manage those things, as well as to reduce the cost of production, connected greenhouse, and also stables. Also, in coming another slide, we will show you our demo prototype of the greenhouse. We are making the demo smart greenhouse. So later on, I'll show you, as well as livestock monitoring, pest monitoring, storage monitoring, tracking the farm products, prevention of illegal logging, mobile money transports. So these are the things we are developing, and still we are working on that. So let's go to another slide. Yeah, the devices. So now we are going very inside in a specific device, what things we are using and what we are doing over here in Nepal. So there are so many sensors and the devices we can use, but here we are using the sensors like soil moisture sensor, the light motion sensors, as well as to control the air pollution, the dust and the pollution gases. And for the weather conditions, here also we make the small mini weather station by which we can detect the real-time temperature, the humidity, the wind direction, the rain gauge, as well as the pressure of the wind, and also the altitude from the sea level. and also the lights, electric switch, electric bulbs. And in the future, we are planning to use the drones and also the cameras for the agriculture, for the precision agriculture. So let's go inside for more detail how we are using the sensors and how we are collecting the data, the weather data for the agriculture innovation. Yes. So in the before slide, I inform you that we are using the IoT for the automatic irrigation as well. So this is the one the examples how the IoT can impact on the irrigation as well as the field connect. So let me explain on these two pictures, and then we will show you the real stuffs what we made, what we are making here. So from the field connect, there will be the gateway, there will be our own devices what we are making, from which it can collect the data from the agriculture field. That means it will measure the soil moisture, the temperature of the soil, the pH of the soil, and of course the pressure, the wind directions, all the things it will the sensor will collect, and it will display, it will visualize on our dashboard, by which every farmer, every non-technical farmer, every non-technical people can easily understand what is happening in the field and what things we have to do. Yes, actually, yeah, ICT and IoT are the basic needs. Like our basic needs is the food, energy, education, health, uh, etc. Likewise, I would like to add ICT and IoT are also our basic needs for all. Yes, thank you, Monique, for the comment and suggestion. And next slide. Yeah, now we are in our prototype. So this is what we are developing here in Nepal. So last time I was also in the Netherlands. We worked together over there to make those systems, and now we are implementing here in Nepal through the Research and Innovation Center. So this is the prototype to measure the weather and the moisture. So on the left side, you can see, so this is our own portal, own dashboard. So we are measuring the temperature, humidity, pressure, the altitude from the agriculture field. And in the right side of the down, in the bottom, you can see the moisture condition. So we are measuring the moisture conditions from our real field. That means why it is important for the farmer. Just for example, if we don't use those technology, then the farmers don't know what is the real temperature, what is the temperature on the soil, also the humidity, and also the moisture, how far the moistureness is on the soil. So if we can know easily from those devices, then the farmers or anyone can easily protect or they can irrigate according to the notifications. Also, we can make it automation. So once, just for example, if the soil moisture is very low, then the device, the sensors will send the signals to the microprocessors, and the microprocessor will send the signals to run the motors. That means we can automatically irrigate the watering in the plants. And as soon as there is the uh, wetness on the soil, that means there is a moisture on the soil, then the motor will turn off automatically. So that is what we are implementing over here and helping some local farmers to use those technology. So we are focusing from very low technology, by which each and every farmers or the local peoples or the individual people can easily understand, and also they can maintain by themselves. That is what we call the sustainability also. And another slide. And another uh, innovation we are working is on the smart greenhouse. Well, nowadays the greenhouse is booming in every countries. Yeah, the concept is very good to use the greenhouse. So in any conditions of the temperature, in any circumstance, we can grow the food, which will help to achieve the zero hunger. Because we need the food at all the time. Also in off-seasonal time, we also need the food. Also in rainy time, in any season, we need the food. So what if we don't grow the food on that off-seasonal time? Then most of the people will remain hunger. To overcome those problems, we are also thinking how can we make the smart greenhouse? So that will automatically control, just for example, the temperature, the humidity, the heating, watering, as well as the moistureness on the greenhouse. So now I'm going to show you the demo, the prototype of the automated greenhouse, what we are developing here. So it is still on the construction side phase, but we are almost done. Let me explain. So this is the prototype for the smart greenhouse. So if we see the third pictures, there is the window. And the idea is that if the temperature is too high, then the ventilation will automatically open, as well as the air cooling fan will automatically open. And if the temperature will getting very low, in the programming in the sensor will give the instructions that the certain amount parameter of the temperature like that it will works on about that. Just for example, if we say if the temperature inside the greenhouse is more than 30 degrees Celsius, let's open the ventilation. Then the ventilation will open automatically. As well as we can control from anywhere by using our application app or from the dashboard. So that is what it is very interesting as well as important to use the IoT projects and also the IoT devices. So in this greenhouse, we are working to measure the temperature inside and outside, and also the moistureness, and also we are implementing the automatic irrigation systems inside the greenhouse. So that means it will control fully automatically. So it is on the prototype and the demo and also testing here in our center. So hope next year we will implement in the land, and very soon we are planning to build the real automated smart greenhouse here in our land. Next. Also, another very interesting things, we are working on the drones in agriculture. Last year, I worked with the drones in the Netherlands, but I forget to bring over here. But still we are working. Also, we work with the TV. I know with the students on about that, and also the uh, here in Nepal, we are also doing some research how the drones would be very helpful in the agriculture. Yeah, of course, in the very large fields. Yeah, I will answer that. How do you get the money to build the greenhouse? Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to answer these questions. Let me explain about the drones. This, and then I will explain. Yeah, we are planning to use the drones here to monitor the crop monitoring, animal monitoring, as well as to build the equipment and the monitoring, as well as we are going to map and also use the drone to spray the pesticides and also the bio fertilizer. So I'm not focusing to use like the pesticides fully 100% pesticides, but we are focusing to use the fertilizer, the biofertilizer. So we are also working on that. How can we reduce the pesticides to make more natural food, more organic food? The applications of the drones will be to measure the water stress, to measure the crop yields, as well as the soil erosion and the wild game damage. Also, sometime in the field, the wild animals also comes from the forest because our area, the landscapes is covered by the forest. Sometime the wild animals also comes. So we are focusing to motivate also the youngsters. So let me answer how we are getting the money or the stops for the greenhouse. Yeah, for the greenhouse, one of my friend who is in US is very supportive, and also we are going to implement the greenhouse. So he's supporting on about that, and as well as with the one by the help of the one world citizens, and we have also another team in the Switzerland who is also supporting on the technical side to put the stops inside the greenhouse. So we are working on that, and as soon as we finalize, we will announce that here is the real smart greenhouse. So in this way, we are working. Yes, and next slide. Yeah, so this is the real dream in the future. So that is what we are dreaming. Why? Let me explain before explain this. Yeah, well, just for example, Nepal is one developing countries, and most of the land is the fertile agriculture land. So here in Nepal, more than 80% of the people are the farmers, and still we are doing the farming. But because of the lack of the technology, lack of the technical skills, to do the agriculture is very hard and very laborious. So that's why most of the people want to switch the agriculture from to another jobs, and they are going abroad for another jobs. And if all the peoples want to switch from agriculture to other jobs, then what will happen? How we produce the food, how we produce the agriculture stuff. So that is the main question. So there is a big question mark. So that's why we are planning and we are thinking, how can we motivate, how can we back the youngsters and the people and the farmers in the land? So that means, of course, all the people want have the organic and the natural food. So that's why we have to do the agriculture. Also, if we make the easy, if we make the easy for the agriculture, then I'm sure most of the youngsters and the people want to back in the community life, because the community life is very natural. That is what we are experiencing over here. So in the future, our farms will looks like not too big, like the medium or small, as well as very smart. So we are using some like the drones and the sensors on the different location of the field, and also to monitor the livestock, and also the tractors for the GPS, and also to manage the weed control in the field for the agriculture. And we use the drones to survey our whole property, whole land in the agriculture, what is happening, in which area the water is needed, in which area there is less pesticides or more pesticides, or the irrigation is needed, like that. And from those devices we will get the data, the real-time data, each and every farmer's hand. That means from the data we will visualize the data, and normally the non-technical farmer and the non-technical people can easily understand what is happening in our field, which crops, which area of the land need what kind of the actions. So that's why we are focusing on the technology, uh, internet of things, to bring the innovation in agriculture. This is all about to produce the more food and to provide the food for all to overcome the zero hunger. Yeah, of course, I saw the questions. Yeah, of course, it will create more jobs because each and every country they have their own land, and if we use the land in a proper way, then of course we can provide the jobs for all and we can create a win-win situation. So that's why I'm always saying that nothing is impossible, everything is possible. Let's cooperate together, we will achieve our mission very soon. Yeah, thank you so much.
So, Pradeep, thank you very much for,
Yeah,
let me see, where are we? Here we are. Yes, so thank you very much for sharing your story about all the activities you did so far. And is it okay for you that I'll ask you some more questions?
yeah, sure, please.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as we all know, and we both know, we met in 2015 for the first time. And then our topic was ICT basic training first.
Yeah.
And I learned a lot from you because I thought online education was the first topic we should focus on, but you convinced me that ICT basic training was important first. Can you share a bit more about that situation by then, that we had then?
Yeah, sure. Thank you again. Well, I started to give the ICT training from Nepal in 2008. So since 2008, we are still working. So why it is important? Let me explain a bit. Just for example, Nepal is one developing countries, and most of the people are working abroad. Because why? I already explained. Because to seek the opportunity or for the higher studies or for other jobs, just for example. So, and while they are working in abroad, then of course they start to have some incomes and they start to purchase some ICT resources like the smartphones, computer, or the laptops. And also at the same time, they also want to talk with their family in their homeland. At the time, they will send those ICT resources to their family in their home, but another challenging for their family or the relatives is that they might not have the ideas how to use, how to access. So that is what we are experiencing here in Nepal. So still, the people, mostly the women groups, the youngsters, the elder peoples are afraid to turn on and to turn off the ICT resources like the computers, the desktop, or the mobile phone because they think it will, if I use, then it might be damaged or something will happen because it costs a lot. So that's the concept, that's the perception of the people because they didn't use in the previous time, and also the grandparents they are also not used to of the ICT resources. So that's why we started the ICT training center over here and we gave the ICT training to the women group, youngsters, and the school teachers. And to aware them, ICT is nothing. It is just a tool to communicate with here and there and also to sort so many things what we need. Just for example, the teachers need the information what he or she want to teach to the students in an interactive way. And for the students, the ICT resources is also very important to prepare the notes, slides, and to do more and more research what we are doing. So in this way, we started the ICT training center, and also I met you in real life in 2015. Then we made a plan to explore the ICT training in more countries. And now we are doing in Rwanda, also Kenya, Kurdistan, and also in Netherlands as well.
Yeah, and you started first in a room you hired, you rent, your ICT
Yeah.
basic training, and then you built your own ICT center where you actually are sitting now.
Yes, so now I am sitting in my own ICT center, ICT room, where we invite the students, the learners. But now, because of the situation, this coronavirus, we stopped to do the training center training. And another important things I would like to share here is that before the coronavirus, we started the ICT, we gave the ICT trainings to most of the peoples, like the teachers, women group, youngsters, not only in Nepal, in Rwanda and other countries in Philippines. Now it is very important. Now they think, they realize online studies is very important. So that's why we need at least the basic ICT training. That is what happening because of this virus
Yeah,
also
yeah, and
affect the
interesting. Yeah, and it was so interesting because after you convinced me that ICT basic training was the first thing we should do in One World Citizens, we tried out the idea that you trained the team in Rwanda only by Skype by then to see
yeah,
if it was possible to copy only by online training the ICT basic training to another country. And we succeeded. So, as you mentioned now, it's key to have the online education under the circumstances of the coronavirus. So what we know by now, it can be copied by other countries, the ICT basic training, very easily. So we
yeah,
have a tool. And
yeah,
then after that, we discovered that it was about 2017 that we saw when you were in the Netherlands and working with schools together, students, that it was also necessary to add low-tech innovation to the ICT basic training. Can you tell a bit more about what the situation was then?
yeah, sure. Yeah, well, in the basic ICT training, we taught about the just the basic things like how to type in a proper way and also use the Microsoft Office packages, email, internet practically. So we are our teaching method and also the course is slightly different than others because we are focused much more on the practical and based on the surroundings what they need. So immediately we can make, and also our platform is very open to you all. If you want to access or you want to start the ICT training in any countries or in any sector, any area, please let us know. We can do that. Well, yeah, still we are focusing doing the ICT training, and only the basic ICT is not enough to achieve our goals. So that's why we also come up with the ideas. What if we focus on the low technology? Let's make our own technology by integrating some ICT stuff. That means hardware and software part. So that means from the ICT basic training, we will give the some programming knowledge, the computer programming knowledge for the interested youngsters or the learners, by which we can make our own stuff. What I showed in the previous slides, we made the mini weather station and also like the smart greenhouse. This is all about the basic ICT as well as the programming of on the hardware and software part. So that is what the integration of technology for development.
Yeah, and we found out that it doesn't make sense to copy the West. We don't need high tech. We need
Yeah,
only the low tech.
right.
And why? Why, Pradeep? Why low tech and not the high tech?
Yeah, well, you see, if we want make more sustainability, that means we need to know how it made. Just for example, this is the mobile phones, but I don't know how to repair the mobile phone because it is high tech for me. I can't understand how it developed. I don't know. But if we use the local resources for the low technology, then we can give the tutor and we can mentor to the local peoples by which they can easily understand how it is developed. And if something will happen, if something will damage, some part will damage, then they can easily replace. So in the low technology, what I'm always saying is that in the low technology, every people can build their own stuffs. But if we go into the high technology, while I was in the Netherlands, there is too much high tech stuffs, the equipment, like the robotics, like that. But I can't afford, I can't maintain, I can't operate because it cost me a lot of the time as well as the skill, high skill knowledge, like that. But if we use the focus on the low technology, mostly in the developing countries, then we can make a balance altogether. So that's why
Yeah,
I'm always focusing on the low technology instead of high technology. But in some point, we also need the medium or the high technology. But our first priority is on low tech stuff.
yeah. And what I learned from your situation is that as we like to move towards the global goals with no one left behind, it's more about small farmers in Nepal than the big farmers. So also for small farmers to get used to the innovation, low tech works much better. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, because I'm always focusing from the community level. Of course, I live in the community. Every people live in their own community, and our working style and also the living style is quite different than in the Western culture as well. Because that is what I learned. What is the difference between here and there? So in the developing countries, people are much more eager to cooperate all together like in a one box. And if we use some technology by which they can easily understand and they can easily afford, then that brings win-win situation for all. That means all the community people come together, they can learn each other, they can share the ideas, and they can use all together. So is the very that is what the beauty of the community life also.
Yes. And then it was in 2018, 2019, we found out by experiment, because Wondels is actually one big experiment, um, that the low tech was very important. And not only the low tech, but also the education about low
Yeah,
tech. And that's why you founded or you started your social enterprise Sunway Research and Innovation Center in 2019. Am I
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
And then you had the idea, the place to start with education, not only prototypes, but education too. And you worked with student teams from the Netherlands on prototypes.
Yeah,
Can you tell a bit more about that?
yeah,
What
sure.
happened in your life?
Yeah, yeah, sure. It is going very interesting. Yeah, well, in 2009, we set up the Research and Innovation Center, named called Sunway Research and Innovation Center. The Change Nepalese Mission is the social organization. So we are also giving the ICT training from the NGO, so Change Nepalese Mission, and also parallelly we are also working from the Research and Innovation Center to do the research on about, especially on the agriculture over here. Why? Because to make the sustainability in some point, we also need to get some financial stuff as a social enterprise. That means in this enterprise, we invite the youngsters, the students groups, as well as other interested stakeholders to learn each other. And at the moment, because of the virus, we are not inviting physically, but through online. Now we are doing some research project with the Dutch students and the universities. Just for example, with the TUE in Eindhoven, we did two projects. One is on about the Kalimati area. Kalimati is around 15 kilometers far from my home. On about the safe drinking. How can we pump the water? How can we provide the drinking over there? So we already finished the research-based paper. Now we are trying how can we implement. because of this situation, this virus also postponed, and also it will take a bit time. And also on the other side, we also work with the another student groups on about the website of the Sunway Research and Innovation Center, where the farmers can register in the website, and they can share their problems, what is happening in the field on the plants or the agriculture, by which the expert can easily reply, and they can understand, they can apply it. But while I'm saying that, there might be also the questions how the farmers can access, they can understand the computing knowledge or like that. So that's why this center is here to give the ICT training to them. We will give the ICT training for all the farmers, the interested farmer, and they can easily access, they can easily learn through the online, or they can easily communicate. They can make an interactive program or the communication with the experts or other farmers to share the ideas to solve the problems. Also, now we are doing the another projects with Summa International Engineering as well as the Fontis. With the Summa International Engineering, we already completed, I think, 3 projects. We made, they made also the prototype. One is on the how to wash the vegetables, right? Yes.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
another is the planter, seed planter machine. And now the we are also again working with another group of the Summa International Engineering on about the rice planting machine, and to collect the data from the sensor, from the IoT devices, and to visualize those real-time data on our own Sunway Research and Innovation Center's website dashboard. So these are the things we are working all together.
Yeah, and by this collaboration with student teams from different schools in the Netherlands, for example, we see it really is possible to connect and work together on working prototypes. So to create prototypes that can be implemented in Nepal, also from the local resources. And
Yeah.
then you came to the Netherlands this year in January or February. And then we had a good talk together about it's time to make it reality. It's really important now that we have the prototypes, that we know that we can create more prototypes, that we
Yeah.
take responsibility of implementation. And during those 2 months, you also worked with Marcus from Switzerland, but also in Spark, the maker zone in Den Bosch in the Netherlands, to prototypes yourself. Can you tell a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, while I was in the Netherlands this year, we also invited our one networks, Marcos. His name is Marcos from the Switzerland. Yeah, he came to the Netherlands with a 3D printer and other stuffs, IoT stuffs. So now I learned how to assemble and how to use the 3D printer in the real life. And now we have the 3D printer in our center as well. And in the same time, we also went to the Spark, which is in the Den Box, to do the workshop on about to build the mini weather station, as well as to access other tools over there, and also to use how the robotics is very important for the industrial design, as well as from low technology to the high tech. That means from that environment, what it clears me that if we go from low technology, then we can achieve our missions. Because while I was in the Spark, I worked with the Marcus and the people from the Spark on about the low technology. That means we made the weather station, as well as uh, the stops for to measure the wind direction, and also for the rain gauge. So that is what we work there, and very soon we are going to implement and print from the 3D printer.
So we have a question from Alfons from Albania.
Yeah.
Deep, and he's asking you. My question is: are the farmers in Nepal cooperating on using your technique? And is there a good group of people using it already? I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Alphonse. It's very interesting questions. Yeah, of course. Now we are using in our community over here, and our target was to invite more farmers and agriculture office and also the representative from the universities locally in our ICT center here, research center. But virus, because of the virus, it is being a big problem to invite and to cooperate with more other farmers. But yes, still we are using here in our land with some number of the farmers. That means we are measuring the real-time temperature and other stuffs like the weather factors.
Yeah, so what we try to make clear to the audience is that during the 4 years that we work together, the 4 or 5 years, we really make a line from ICT basic training to low technology and the smart farming demo center that the SRIC Center can become.
Yeah.
And we found out also in January, February that it's so important to make the education about the technology priority, as well for the youngsters to stay in the country, as for producing the prototypes that the farmers can use. And then, of course, the COVID came. And what did it bring to you for positive side, Pradeep? Can you tell about that? Because you had a lot of knowledge from the Netherlands. You were at Spark, you worked with students together, and then you were maybe 6 months in almost one lockdown. What happened
Yeah.
to you?
Yeah, well, from ICT steps, from the ICT, the basic trainings, now we are in one level up. That means from the ICT training, we succeed at least to register and set up the research and innovation center by having some technologies, some sensors, and some other microprocessor and other stuffs. That means what we were learning, what we were doing in the ICT trainings, now we are utilizing those knowledge by cooperating with some youngsters locally to implement and to combine the hardware and software part for the agriculture innovation. That is the first things we are still doing. We are moving forward from ICT base to the research and innovation. And also during my visit in the Netherlands and also in the Switzerland, what I found that is everything is possible if we use the technology from very precise, from very uh, surface level, not in the high level, because each and every sectors there is we need the technology. But if we focus on low technology, that means we can easily adapt, we can easily operate, then it gives more satisfaction, and also we can utilize in our field, just for example for the agriculture. And also after I back from the Netherlands, in on February, I think, yes, on February I arrived here, and then the lockdown started. And also that period gives me a lot of opportunity to do more research by staying inside the home, and also to work on some stuffs what I bring from the Netherlands, like some sensors and some other IoT stuffs, to make us some prototype. The prototype is very important. Just for example, if we talk to other people like theoretically or with some pictures, in some point that doesn't make a sense, that doesn't make the people more understandable and motivation, because the motivation and satisfaction is very important to pull the attention of all the peoples and the stakeholder. So that's why we made 3 4 more prototype over here, and still we are working on other prototypes by which we invite, during this pandemic also we invite some small number of the farmers, like individually, to show to them how it works. And also we are implementing in our field in the backend how we are measuring, how we are collecting the real-time data, and also making and also upload in the online, by which we can access from everywhere, and also we can control what is happening here in the particular area where we are implementing. So these are the things we are doing, and also still we are focusing.
There's another question
Yes.
from Alice. It's interesting because I just wanted to start talking about that with you. Pradeep, we can take about 10 more minutes because Augustine is not following up as the next speaker. So
Okay.
let's go to the questions. Alice asked you, did you think about a business model for the Innovation Center?
Yeah, well, to be honest, now I haven't thought on about the business model, because if we thought and talk about the business model, yeah, of course we need some finance and also the investor, and also the investor wants the proof what you did, what you are doing. But in my mind I'm thinking, and also in my some paper I have some plans for the business model, but not officially, because before the business model I'm focusing to make some demo prototypes. If we go on the business model, then the stakeholders or the investors or the peoples want to see what you are doing, what you did, what is your background and your experience in the past. So that's why we are now focusing very silently on the prototype, what we are listed the projects. Now we have several projects on the paper, and we are focusing on at least to make a demo prototype. And then hopefully from the next year, we will make the official business model with the SAFE and also the MONIC all together. That is what we are planning.
Yeah, yeah, and actually, we did a grant application. We applied for a grant in May this year, and it was about the business model for the Sunray Research and Innovation Center. And we worked together with Carlijn, one of the students from the Haas University in Den Bosch, and we did a very great work. Within a week, we made a big application, and it showed that it really makes sense to start the SRIC Center and to start making prototypes, and it can become a very good business model. But unfortunately, we didn't get the grant, and we thought that's okay because we also found out it's not only about the business, it's more important to start the education first, to teach the youngsters in this technology and to show the farmers how the prototypes can improve their lives. And for this, we really have a challenge because most funds, they only want to see the business case and they want to see the guarantee that you can pay back the investment. But without education, it doesn't make sense in our opinion. So we are still looking for how to find the resources or the funds, small funds we need only to implement the prototypes first. And I see there's another question. How are you planning, Pradeep, on keeping up the education to farmers, even though COVID doesn't allow you to get together?
Yeah. Yeah, well, of course, because of the COVID, we are not allowed to get together in a mass group, but individually, just for example, by making some social distance or like that. Uh, just from the neighboring farmers, also we invite here and we show them what is happening, how this demo works, like that. Because this is the situation, that is the situation. So we have to work regarding to the situation, as well as we can use some social media like the Facebook or the Zoom application to show and to inspire to them, also to give the tutor how it works. So I'm thinking now, how can we uh, in touch, how can we in touch with more farmers locally at first? So that is what we are planning and thinking. So let's see how far we'll go. We will inform you on about that.
Yes. And there's
Yeah.
another question from Agli. Has the situation with the pandemic of COVID made it harder to communicate, educate the local farmers to implement your techniques?
Yes, yes, it is becoming much more harder because while we are working on some prototype, at some point we need some electronic stuffs and device. It is very important part to get, but because of the pandemic, the borders are still closed, and also in the market, it is very hard to find what I need. And also it is very hard to order from other countries because in Nepal we don't have the online system, payment system like in the Netherlands and the Western countries. So that also makes very hard to complete the projects for me. And if you see here, still there is the greenhouse demo which I can't finish because of the lack of the some devices, some electronic stuffs.
Yeah, and the best way to get them is from India, but the borders are closed. So
Yeah, the
that's
border
that's
are
that's a
closed. Yeah.
challenge. And we could not send you the drone yet because there are no planes going to Nepal.
Yeah.
So it was a big challenge. But what I saw, you really became a big expert on technology yourself because you had so much time to develop yourself.
Yeah, so
And I
so
think,
during that pandemic time, we are compelled to stay inside the home. So that
yeah,
means in that time, I'm doing some more research through the online and learning myself what things we need and how can we minimize and how what kind of the local resources we can adjust in the substitutes now of that. So yeah, it's very much interesting to learn and work with those low technological stuff.
yeah. So it means as soon as the pandemic is finished, and it may take some time, you're really ready to implement, to scale.
Yeah,
And the only thing we have to take care of is the implementation budget and see that
yeah,
you get the devices as soon as possible.
yeah.
So, Pradeep, yeah, I think also you're a good example because when we succeed to implement your smart farming demo center, it can also be copied to the other countries.
Right. That is what we are planning. We can implement anywhere in the world, everywhere. So at first, we are focusing, let's do in one particular area. Just for example, we are now doing here in Nepal. Before that, we did the ICT training, and now we are copying and implementing the ICT training in other countries. And recently in Senegal also, my one partner is also very interested to conduct the ICT training. And hopefully very soon we are going to launch the ICT training over there, and I'm going to monitor through online. And also they are also very interested what we are doing here. That means they are very eager to install or to make a research center like what we are doing, not only in Senegal, also in Rwanda, in Kenya, everywhere we can copy each other in a triangular shape.
Yeah, we see from our network and the collaboration that it's the same. It's a situation with small farmers,
Yeah,
the same need for low tech innovation, and we also can see by the prototypes we make from the local resources, it's affordable. We don't need that big budgets.
yeah,
So we needed the situation to implement and to show that it really works.
all right.
And then maybe Pradeep, if you should think about your dreams for next year, what would they be?
Yeah, my dreams for the next year is I'm still thinking and dreaming how to set up the innovation and research and innovation center by having some equipments and the stops, at least the basic stops by which we can make an impact from the community level. So that is what I'm dreaming, and also how we work as a global partnership with all to make it happen, not only in one region, everywhere in the world, because we all need the food, and also we all have to aware the youngsters like we people to come together and to cooperate together. So that is what I'm dreaming.
Yeah, and I also heard something about your greenhouse.
Yes, yeah, the greenhouse also included on there. Yeah, you're right. Now, in my backyard, there is the rice. So hopefully, in next month, 1.5 month, we will harvest the rice, and I'm going to build the greenhouse there.
Yeah, so if we ask you, how can we help? What would be your answer?
Yeah, very good questions. Yeah, well, I'm thinking how can we minimize the cost to build the greenhouse? So if we use the steel or the iron rod for the greenhouse, then that will cost a bit. And if we use the bamboo, it will cost less. But for the durability and also because of the wind or also the other circumstances, I'm thinking I'm making a plan what things we need. And also my one friend from US also is also very supported and supported to build the greenhouse. So very soon I will inform you all how much we need and what things we need, what kind of the technology, some equipments we need to make a smart greenhouse.
Yeah, and I know that we really work low budget, so
Yeah,
the money you ask is really necessary. And I also know that you work with the government, and now and then they give you a subsidy. So we also look for other ways than asking for money, let's say, or do fundraising. So the
yeah.
government's also willing to help. Am I right?
Yeah, the last time I went to the agriculture office and also I explained them our plans, the dreams, what we are doing all together. And the director of the agriculture office also very interested and very eager to support. How can we cooperate together and to inspire more farmers and the youngsters?
Yeah.
So to
So
inspire, to motivate to them, that's why I'm focusing the demo at first to make a prototype. Once we have the demo or the prototype in our hand, then we can show them how it works and how can we implement by which they can provide the fund or the subsidize or they can help by providing some technical stuff or the equipment to make it happen in a commercial or the large way.
yeah, and that's our approach in Wobble in general. We first build the examples and then
Yeah,
we look for implementation and the fundraising that we need.
yeah.
Um, but let's try to do some kind of crowdfunding as soon as you know how much you need for the greenhouse, for example. And besides money, is there something we can do with a team, an online team maybe?
Yeah, yeah. So the online team, yeah, we can work on about that. Together we'll work. We'll make a plan and we will move forward.
And I know that you have your Sunray Research and Innovation Facebook group.
Yes.
Um, Maybe we can share the link in the comments of this video later on,
Yeah.
and then
Sure.
people who want can yeah, join your group, maybe, or communicate with you.
Yeah.
And let's see to make it happen in, let's say, 2021.
Yeah. Yes. So let's cooperate together, and also you can follow our Sunway Research and Innovation Center Facebook group. So in that group, you can see what we did in the past and what we are still doing and what is happening. So all the interested friends, the youngsters, anyone are welcome to share the ideas, to give the feedback because your feedback is very important to move forward and to achieve the objective in a time.
Yeah, so Pradeep, I think we shared a lot. Is there anything else you would like to say in the end before we ask Lisa to come to the studio and tell us a bit more about the follow-up?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, before I say goodbye, I really thank you so much to you all by organizing this wonderful uh, 1 week, right? 1 week Youth Exchange International Conference, by which we youngsters from the different countries can share the experience, ideas, the knowledge by which we can learn from each other and also build the confidence from inside to move forward. So that's why, again, I like to say, nothing is impossible, everything is impossible. Let's come up together. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Pradeep, for being such a good example and moving forward every time, also in the COVID situation. And yeah, we hope to realize your dreams next year. And
Yeah,
hello,
okay, thank
Lisa.
you. Yes,
Hi,
okay, bye.
thank you very much, Pradeep, for being here today, and thank you for all the hard work you have been doing. And of course, we're gonna see a lot more of you during the week because I think you're gonna be popping up everywhere. There's also a co-creation table about the subject Zero Hunger next Wednesday. So if you're interested in it, please let us know through the registration form, and you can join the co-creation table to talk about it a little more. So Pradeep, thank you for being here today. Have a great night because it's already 8 o'clock, I think, over there. So,
It's already 9.
oh, it's 9. Oh,
Yeah,
it's already 9 o'clock over there. So, have a great.
Pradeep will join tonight. He will join the campfire songs. He will perform.
Also, if you want to see Pradeep's creative side, he will be there tonight at 9 o'clock Dutch time, performing in our campfire performance stage. So, thank you very much, Pradeep, and see you tonight.
Okay, thank you so much. See you soon. Okay, bye. Take care.
Bye. So, thank you very much for watching our first living legend. Unfortunately, Augustine had some trouble due to a storm with the internet connection, so he won't be here today. But we talked and we figured maybe later this week he will be joining and telling his story either way. So, thank you all very much for being here. For now, we're having another seminar at 6, so we're gonna have a little break right now, and we would love to see you all again at 6 in the same live stream. So thank you very much, and see you in a few. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We had a small little break in the program, but now we're back for our next living legend, who's going to tell his amazing stories, just like Pradeep just did. Also, I just feel very excited to be here, and I think it's really amazing, all of the people who are watching, that you are invested in the conference this year. So I would like to introduce our next living legend, which is going to be Khalid. Unfortunately, due to the weather situation, Augustine couldn't be here, so that's why we had a little break. But he is hopefully going to be here later this week to tell you his inspiring stories. So I would love to introduce you right now to both Monique and Khalid for their amazing presentation. Hi, Monique. Hi, Khalid. Welcome. Welcome back, Monique. Very
Thanks.
nice of you to be here. And please blow us away with your story.
Thanks. Thank you,
Yes,
Alice.
we will. Okay, Khalid, we are together. It's up to us.
Yes.
And I'm here to interview you and to make your story, bring the story with you alive. And yeah, we met, you and me, I guess 2018, am I right?
Yes, true.
In Eindhoven. And since then, we learned a lot from each other. You really showed me about the life of newcomers and how it is to work on inclusion as well in the Netherlands as in your home country, Sudan. So, are you ready to go
Yes,
into the
sure.
interview and share your story with us all? Yes?
Absolutely sure. I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, let me try to add the presentation to our story. It's something that I learned from Alice. So, yes, whoa, I managed. Now I need to do something else. Yes, I guess it's here. So give me one more second. And I'm ready to also go to the next slides of the presentation. Yes, we are ready. So, Khalid, could you please tell us a bit about yourself?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you, Monique, and you really inspiring me, and you are my idol, and you did a lot for me. I appreciate. I would like to say thank you, and I would like to thank all the team management and who are watching us. Much love, much respect. For people don't know me, my name is Khalid. I'm from Sudan. I'm 21 years old, and I live in here in the Netherlands. I'm studying, and I'm the founder of the Amal Foundation, which is created last year in 2019 with power of Sudanese youngers in the Netherlands.
Yes, and you founded the NGO. And can you please tell us how you started? How did
Well,
you work?
Well, the foundation it started last year. What I said in 2019, during the protest and the demonstration in Sudan last year. It was a big demonstration in Sudan, and we start to organize a demonstration here in the Netherlands. And we said like we as a Sudanese community in the Netherlands, we should do something to improve for our people there in Sudan that we are still support you. We love you, and we stand with you. So we start to organize a demonstration in different cities in the Netherlands and also outside of the Netherlands in German and French and a lot of countries in Europe. And then there's ideas coming in my mind. So I said because the protest is like united us as Sudanese youngers here in the Netherlands. So I say, okay, let's take action. And I talk with some youngers who are really interested to help Sudanese in Sudan back. And he said, okay, let's create something that we can official help the Sudanese there. Let make as an NGO or foundation, and then we can help the Sudanese people there. And so they agree. And this picture was our first meeting in Eindhoven last year in after the conference in September. We meet up and we make a plan how we can register our foundation and what we're gonna do and what do we need, and we start from there. So after that, we register our foundation, and then we don't have like any kind of incomes, or we don't know how we can help Sudanese people there in Sudan back. So we start to organize some of events, like to show up the European people or the Netherlands people our culture and how's life in Sudan there, and our food, singing, our music, and this kind of stuff. So we start to organize these events, and we get like some of incomes, and then we try to help them out back. And it was really good start, and now we are doing great.
Yeah, so before we show the pictures of that activities, you are not alone. Can you tell us a bit more about your team?
Come again?
Before we show the activities you made in Utrecht with the people, can you tell us a bit about your team? Because you're not alone.
Yeah, I had like a great team with us. We are like 7 person, all of us between 18 and 30. All of them, they are youngest. And all of them, they're living here in the Netherlands. They're really active people, and they really helpful people. And also we have other team in Sudan. The other team in Sudan that is work that's the proof the work there in Sudan. So we have like 2 separate team in Sudan and in the Netherlands. A really lovely team, and I'm pleased to meet them.
Yeah, it's amazing that you have such a big team. And I see we have a question from Alice. And she asked us, or you, what is the situation in Sudan and what happened there with the protests there?
Well, the situation in Sudan since 2018 and 19, it was a big demonstration because we don't need the president there. It's like a dictatorship with presidents. And so the whole country, they went out that we don't need you, and we don't need, and there's a lot of people, they die and get angry. And then at least in last year, so our president is gone. So, and now I think the situation is going a little bit better than before.
Okay, thank you. So it's amazing that you have that big team. And my question is, what is your age? How old are you, Khalid?
I'm still 21 years old.
Yeah, so it's pretty young to start an NGO and such a big responsibility with a team here in the Netherlands and a team in Khartoum. It's amazing.
Because of you, you really inspire me a lot.
Okay, thank you very much. I know also Alice played a big role in that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Alice and Alberto. I would like to thank them all. Like they are play a big role in my life. When I met them in 2018 till now, they really always they stand with me, really try to help me always. And thank you all, guys.
Yeah, and we can invite her a bit later to the studio because she's back from bringing Alberto to the airport.
I would love that.
But let me go to the next slide to show something about the activities you did already with your NGO.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about it?
Well, here's the activities we did last year in October, in the same day, in 19 October last year in Utrecht. That we show up the Sudanese culture here. When you see the food is people there dancing, and that is our culture dance in Sudan.
Yes, and it was your first activity, I guess, because
that is my first activities.
Yeah, when did you start the NGO? Can you tell us?
We started the NGO last year in September.
September and October, you already managed to have this activity.
Yeah.
And how many people you invited?
Well, we invite a lot of people, but the first event it was like 250 people there.
And that's a good job.
Yeah,
actually.
That was really great.
And did you manage to do some fundraising by that?
Come again?
Did you do some fundraising? So did you collect some money already?
Oh yeah. We collect like some money, and with that money, so we start to do something there in Sudan.
So you started your NGO in September. You organized as a team of youngsters the first activity in Utrecht with 250 people, and you were able to collect the first money to spend, I guess, in
Yeah.
Khartoum to your project.
Yeah.
Wow, good. Let's go to the next slide and see what that's about. What is this, Khalid?
Well, that is me, and
Seems you.
yeah, it's me and my friends. I would like to thank her. She did. I mean, she's not even Sudanese girl, but she did really great job. And this was in 19 December last year. Also, our second event.
So.
And this
how
food
many-
is for the for wedding traditional. So the clothes and dancing. It is for the wedding.
So during those events, you share about the culture,
Yeah.
and what more? What more do you share?
Well, we share about the culture, and also we introduce ourselves, like we as a new foundation, and what are we going to do, and what we did, and what is our goal, and what we need from you guys.
So within the first 3 months, you successfully organized two events already.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's see for the next slide. What do we see here, Khalid?
Well, it is coffee and some picture of Sudan, and also in the behind the food there is Sudan flag, Sudan map, and this also in our second event.
And can you describe us something? What can we see as the differences between the Sudanese culture and the Dutch culture?
Well, there's a lot of difference between the culture. And first of all, is the language is totally different, because in Sudan we have like a lot of language, but the official language is Arabic. But we have also separate language, like 400 different language. So it's mean that we have
400.
we have like 300 different tribes, and each tribe they speak their own language.
Whoa.
Yeah, it is really big. And
Yeah.
also we have different eats, different drinks, and different clothes also. If you go back to the photo, to the second photo, I can show you like the main clothes and the woman clothes. The main clothes called jalabia is like, if you can you go back, please?
Yes. To the previous slides.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. The same that what I wear is called jalabia. That is the official clothes, and the girl she wearing is called top. Also, the official clothes for the women's there. But that is also big difference between here and Sudan, and also the music and yeah, there's a lot of different. I don't think there is any kind of thing that is between Sudan culture and Netherlands culture. So there's big difference.
Yeah, so we can learn a lot from each other
Yeah.
by sharing. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is about the first 3 months of your NGO, I guess.
Yep.
And then we know you started, or I know you started Amal to improve lives of people in Sudan. And what did you do already in Sudan
Well,
from the start?
yeah. After the second event in December, what we did is we do research. No, the first thing we create team there in Sudan, and our team they did research of the homeless children. It's not just homeless. All the people they live on the street, they did research, and the research is include their number and where they live and how their life is going, and some social question. And what we get is we have like a 202 are homeless. They're living on the street. So 55 person between 12 and 15 years old, and 70% between 15 and 18, and 77 between 18 plus. So so everyone has own problem to be on the street. So there's we hear like different story, and some of them they come from war, and some of them they has no family. Yeah, they have father and mother, but not anymore, because that is the one also of the difference between here and Sudan. So in Sudan, when the woman she get pregnant or she get baby without marriage, so she will get a lot of problem from her family and from her community. So probably they will kill her as well. So in that case, she will leave the child on the street, or she will leave them in anywhere. So in Sudan, there is like a care center. Um, so they take the child till he turn 12 or 11, and then they kick him out of the street. And some of them they have like a material situation, because their family they are poor and they has no any money or something like that. So the child they will go out of the street. So what we have like 5 person who are family, who has really family in Sudan, but they don't want to return back because their family they has no any kind of money, or it's like you can call it poor family. So we return this child back to their family, and we bring them to the school, and we make like agreement with the school so they can continue their study, and we will pay for them as well. So till they turn 18, and then after that, it's not our responsibility. So that's what we did already right now in Sudan, and we plan to do a lot, but the corona situation is not allow us to do anything. And in this photo also, our people there, our team, they present, like they organize some program for those child. So they give them like a lecture and some lesson about the human development, and that is it what we did right now in Sudan.
Yeah, so I understood that your main focus is to take care of housing, education, and integration.
Yeah,
Am I right?
yeah.
So the next slide shows us about your work with children. Were you already able to do something with children, the street children?
It's not clear again.
We were talking about what you did already in Sudan. Did you also do some activities with the street children already?
Well, yeah, we did some activities like drawing and football, and some kind of activities like fun activities we did already in Sudan. But also in our project, so we will talk later about the project. So we will include a lot of project into the we will have like a lot of fun and a lot of thing in our project.
Yeah, so within the first 3 months of your NGO, and let's say until March, you were able to act like free without restrictions, and you achieved already so much. And then, of course, COVID came and situation changed. So can you tell us what you're doing right now?
Well, right now we are working on a project, education and integration for the homeless. So we go back to our research. So when I say we did research, so we have like 55 person who has no family and who has no father and mother. And there is a lot of organization in Sudan, they help out, but it's not really help. So they help like with clothes and eating and this kind of stuff. But what we are doing right now is we try to do totally different than the other organization. We are working now on projects, so we will build as a care center. So the care center, it will include houses and also some activities and restaurants and social worker and psychologist doctor and also human development trainer. That's what we are working right now, and we hope we can do it soon as possible.
Yeah, so you're organizing 3 activities now, am I right?
Yeah.
Can you tell a bit more in specific?
You mean about the activities?
Yeah.
Well, right now we are working like because when we say integration, we cannot like force someone to integrate into society and he's still on the street. That is not going to happen. So the first thing what we can do is to prove for them like place to sleep, and then he can, after that, he can be part of the community or something like that. And also we have human development class, so we can teach them how life is going and what are you doing and what is your dream and this kind of. It's same like what we did 2018 in the younger house. And also we have psychologist doctor as well. So that's because most of them they are not okay, they not fine, so that's why we include social worker with in our project. And also a lot of activities like we cannot say specific what kind of activities because we don't understand till now what they want, so we first to hear from them what kind of activities is you like it, and then after that we can do it, but absolutely will include some activities.
Okay, so thank you. And well, we see you're so passionate to improve the lives of street children in Khartoum.
Yeah.
And can you tell us why do you exactly choose the project for street children?
Well, honestly, there is a lot of reason, because the street children are like forgettable people. No one can remind them, and like what we see a lot of project going on and from different side, but I never heard any kind of project for the homeless children, for the street children. And in the other case, I was also one of them. One day I was also homeless for many years, for almost like 5 years I have been on the street. I know the feeling of the street, I know how the life in the streets going. So that's why I choose this project.
And how
And
old
also
were
they
Sorry.
yeah, they are human like us, but they don't get like the same opportunity, or they don't get the same chance, so they can be active in the community. We can build a community with them together because they belong to us and they are one of us.
Yes, and you really speak from experience. Can you tell us how old you were when you were in the street yourself?
When I was 13 years old, I have been on the street till 2000, no, from 2011 till 2015. I've been on the street. Yeah, I couldn't say that life of street because there is no life on the street. So it was really difficult, exactly for someone who is 12 or 13 years old to be on the street. And also we couldn't call it life because when you lose your hope, when you lose your joy, when you lose your goal, when you live without any reason, that we cannot call it life. Never.
Yeah.
So
And
it
you-
was really hard for me. So that's why, that's also one of the reasons why I chose to do this project.
Yeah, and that's amazing. And you just told us that street children are not seen.
No,
So-
they are not seeing. They are not seeing, and they are not hearing. They are not protected from anyone. So it's not just street children, but all the homeless people. They are not like, they are forgettable people. No one can remind them. No one can see them. No one can listen to them because last year I had a conversation with someone who is living on the street in Amsterdam, and I asked him, "What do we need? What do you need from us?" He said, "I need just respect, like respect as a human being. Like I need just someone who can talk with me. I don't need anything else." So and for 100% they don't need anything from us. Just we show them like respect and love, and we try to help them out if we can.
Yeah, and this is so understandable. So that's what you moves you to help the street children to be seen and to
Yeah.
help them to develop themselves and even get dreams back, hopefully.
Yeah.
So someone is asking us, how did you end up in the Netherlands?
Oh.
Only answer what you want to answer, yes.
Yeah, it's really a long journey. Yeah, the dream is not Netherlands. The dream it was in England, but the dream it ended up in the Netherlands. So yeah, the journey is start in 2015 from Sudan to Libya, and from Libya to Italy, from Italy to Switzerland, and back to Italy, and from Italy to France, and then to German, and then to Belgium, and then to Netherlands. It took me like 3 years.
Yeah, to finally get somewhere and to start, the next phase of your life.
Yeah.
And then you were only 18 years old, I guess, or 17 years old, maybe.
When I came here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was 17 years old.
I see we have a message from Marwan, also such a strong guy who came from Iraq, Kurdistan, Iraq. And he says, "You're a strong young man, my friend. I wish all the best, you all the best and success." Thank you, Marwan. Same to you.
You are the best, Marwan. Thank you also.
Yeah, we also know Marwan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay. It's very impressive, Khalid, what you tell us because you were so young. And then you arrived in the Netherlands. You find a place in Eindhoven, in the Jongerenhuis, you mentioned already.
Yeah.
You want to share something about that period, maybe?
Well, the Younger House is a place for newcomers in Eindhoven, and I end up there because I was also here. When I came to Netherlands, also I have been homeless for 4 months, so I have been on the street, nowhere to go. So there's an organization, it's called it a House Kamer of Younger House, whatever. So I have been there, and they do like some kind of activities and some thing for the newcomers. So I have been there, and that from there I meet you.
Yeah, and this story you share with us motivated you to now start your NGO. And when you think about your life, you're so young. You had so many things to go through, and now you are the leader, or you're with a team of an NGO to change lives of youngsters in Khartoum.
Yeah.
So it's really amazing.
Well, I don't feel that is really like I did great thing or it is amazing, because as a human being, that is my right to do against others. So it's like my responsibility. I have to do it, because when we say like responsibility, it doesn't mean like you're all responsibility. You are responsible of yourself and of your people and of your community. So
yeah, you're right.
I'm just taking my responsibility for other.
Yeah, and it's not only your responsibility, I guess it's ours.
Yeah.
Yes. And is there anything else you want to say before we ask Alice to come to the studio?
I don't think so.
No? Shall we invite her to come to us? Let me see. I'll go first to us together, and then we add Alice to us.
Hello.
Khalid asked me to invite you as a special guest because you meant a lot to him. And please come to our convocation.
Oh, thank you. I'm feeling very humble and grateful, Khalid, that you wanted me to join this seminar with you. And I heard a bit of your story. I was actually on the way bringing Alberto to the airport, but I could follow most of it. And yeah, it's just, you are for me such a big inspiration. Like what you've gone through from where you started in Sudan to coming here in the Netherlands and picking up your life like you do and taking it in your own hands, and then also still have the energy to give back to other people. And that's what I find really amazing, working actually with young newcomers in the Netherlands. We did some projects with One World Citizens, with young newcomers, where we also met you, as you said. And it's just amazing to see how much they want to give back to their countries, and you're a great example of it. So I'm sometimes I'm sure you share the same feeling. I'm frustrated why we don't make more use of that, right? Because we need it so much, especially in the countries where you're coming from, and we can definitely use the power of young newcomers who are actually living here and having the resources and can make connections. And yeah, so I'm really always really inspired. You changed my life and Alberto's too. So yeah, really.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really amazing. You are amazing. Thanks.
So yeah, very inspiring. And I was also like wondering if you have a perspective on like young newcomers coming to Europe, what things can be improved, or what actually other young people, maybe not focus too much on associations or government, but more on what can young people, European young people, can do for young newcomers. What have you experienced?
Well, it's really big question. So, yeah, there's not a specific thing that they can do. The only thing they can do is to try to help them out to integrate into society. So that is the first and the very important thing. So when we say integration, so that includes a lot of things: studying, work, and a lot of things. So and also to understand the mentality, or to understand how to live with other people, or how to live with people from different country, or from different culture, or from different background. And that is really important thing. That is what we miss it here in the Netherlands. So like when us you are different, so it's really difficult to contact with other people or something like that.
So we should be more open. And have opportunities to meet each other. I think that's also part of it, right? Like, because a lot of youngsters, young newcomers, they go to, well, first separate schools if they are minors, and we don't really mix that well.
Yeah, so that is here we come the integration, because I give like example in Koning school. So the school for the refugees or for the newcomers is really far from the normal school for the Dutch people. So, and then in the same way, like the people when they come here new, they're living there, it's really far away from the city or from the area. And then we ask them to integrate. And I don't understand how people they live on the jungle with themselves to integrate into the city. It doesn't make sense.
No, true.
Yeah, and what we also learned from you, Marwan, and our other newcomer friends is that the first time the integration is not only about you, but it's also you want to do something back for your family or your country. It's really important part of the first time that you're here.
Yeah,
and that's also where the power is, when we see you doing it now within such a short time, that you established yourself as good as you could. and then found your NGO and then work together with us for youngsters in your country, in your homeland, hopefully to improve their lives and hopefully to bring peace and education and maybe jobs in the future.
We hope so.
Yeah, well, you are the example by which we can show that's also a really big part of the integration, let's say inclusion.
Yeah.
And we should pay attention to that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel there's so much power in developing countries, much more than we may have in the spoiled West, I would say, because I feel like in the countries where you come from, there's such more community feeling, and it's the same also in Nepal, for example. So you can achieve a lot with you just need the basic resources, and that's, I think, what you show as well. As first, obviously for the people who don't have it, is a safe environment. So like for the children living on the street, that's their first basic need. But after that, it's education, and that step. It's really what you're showing and what you're working on.
Yeah.
With your projects.
And besides education, Khalid, what more do you see we can do to build future perspective in homelands?
It's not clear again.
Besides education for the youngsters in homelands, what more could we focus on? What is more important? What more is important to do?
Well, beside the education is the integration also, because that is really important than the education. Because, for example, the homeless in my country, they are not acceptable by the people. So the people, they don't see them, and the people, they don't show them any kind of respect or something like that. So, and they don't feel like, they don't feel that they are human being as the other. And so then they start to lose their confidence and as like someone who live in a jungle. So that's what they need, is like integration into the city. That is really important thing. And also a job, to find for them job, and that's also really important, because when they we take like examples, the education just for the youngest, but the old people maybe for like 20 15 or something like that. So they cannot go to school to study from primary school or secondary school, so they will need to work or something like that. So when they go to the work, so they don't accept them to work.
Yeah. So you have 3 different age groups, and for the
I have
children,
3 different age groups.
Yeah, and for the children, you could help them to go to school.
Yeah, we have like a group from 12 till 15 that they will go to school because they're still young. And also we have group for 15 and 18, and also it's up to them if they want to go to school or if they follow like short courses to how they can find work or how they can be responsible of your own self. But also we have a group for 18 plus. The 18 plus, so we will absolutely give them like a short course, because 18 plus, most of them like between 18 till 30 and 35 years.
And what kind of jobs you see for them? What can we think about?
Well, we don't have till now anything, but we will ask them so what kind of job they want or some. So we will start with them like to train them.
Okay.
But
and do you see, Khalid, opportunities like what Pradeep has talked in his seminar before for ICT basic training, to give youngsters in Sudan ICT basic training as a possibility or a necessity, maybe?
Yeah, 100%. That also we included in our project, because when we build the the care center. The care center, it will include some classes. The first class, it will be like human development class, and also ICT passes training and some courses. We will 100% we will include ICT passes training in the care center.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Also,
wonderful.
it's really passes like food.
Yeah, so in
Yeah.
the future, it's also about the care center. You need to give them a place, of course.
Yeah, that is the real challenge and real important thing, because we cannot achieve all those goals without place to sleep.
Yes,
So
Yeah.
I can't give someone ICT passes training and he's still sleeping on the street.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand. Yeah.
We can't do it. So the first plan is to build a care center, so a place he
And
can feel like he's safe. Because yeah, a lot of people, they use the people who live in the street, specific like even the police center in Sudan, they use them. So they harass them to clean the police office and to clean their house and a lot of things. So from there, so they start to do a lot of things, rapper and bear drugs and take drugs and to do a lot of bad things. And all of them, they're still young, under 18.
yeah,
Yeah.
of course. And you focused, you told me first on the orphans, the street children without parents.
Yeah.
Why exactly?
What is the question?
Well, you told me before that you also focus now on a group of youngsters without parents, so orphans.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us why exactly? Why specific them?
Why do
Well,
you focus on them?
because they has no one. So and now also we're working with people who has a family. So we try to get like a possibility way to return them back to their family. But for who has no family, we cannot return him back to anywhere because he has no one in the world. So that's why we try to build this care center.
Okay, okay.
And
of
those
course.
people who has no family, those exactly, they are not acceptable in the community.
Yeah.
And how is the government of Sudan evolved? I mean, like, do they have any kind of programs or associations linked to the government that help street children or children in need?
Well, yeah, they said they help, but it's not real help because I was also there. So in the media they said they helping out, but it's not really help. So the help is called like food and drink and clothes, and that is all. And
Yeah.
sometimes like some training and some activities, and that is not help because the problem is still there. So if you give them like food for 100 years and the problem is still there because they're still on the street.
Yeah.
So what we're
Would
trying
you-
is we try to fix the problem from there. So we don't need them on the street anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And the key is education and work, you said.
Yeah.
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 And when you look for the next phase of your NGO, what are the next steps?
Well, maybe we will work on with exit organization also as well, and also we will work with how do you call it I forget the name, but we have like some Darwin
The Down syndrome children.
yeah, Darwin syndrome. Also, we work with them as well. So we plan to work with them in Sudan also to open for them like restaurants, and we do like kind of integration because they're also unacceptable there. So we want to show them those people they as like us, and they can do the same what we did, and there is no difference between us and them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, so you also want to partner up with bigger NGOs Am I right? Or
Yeah.
yes?
Yeah.
And why exactly? What is the plan?
Well, because to get like some experience and to get like a name, because we are still like a new foundation, so no one know us, and we just like know. So when we work together with some organization, not behind them, but together with them, so we can get like some experience and some names.
Yeah, and maybe project ideas, because when I visited Augustine in Kenya in 2018, we also got to know some of the organizations already working in the same area as Augustine is living in Marsabit. Some of the projects they did, we couldn't really connect the activities with, but there were some, for example, the women groups that we could connect. So it was already like they were already working to organize small women groups within the different tribes, and we could make use of that. So Augustine invited those women groups into the shepherd school. So yeah, of course, it's a really good that you're also connecting to the existing NGOs to see where you can support each other in the different activities. Yeah, wonderful.
That is the plan.
Yeah, and as you said, to get experience, because you are a young and new NGO.
Yeah.
Good. I can see that Ivan is in the studio, and like you told us, Adam. Sorry,
Khalid.
Yeah, Adam is my last name.
Adam is also a colleague of Ivan, so that's where I got mixed up. You were in the street when you were young. Also, Ivan were in the street, and he also want to contribute. Why it's so important to work for street children. So let's see if we can bring him to the studio. And he told us that the connection is not so good, but maybe we can hear him. Ivan, can you hear us?
No, doesn't seem so.
No.
Ivan, are you there? Not
I
yet.
don't think so. Somehow the connection, he's in the office, so the internet connection should be good, but I think the weather is against us today.
Yeah.
So it means...
Hello.
Okay.
Ivan,
there he is.
are you here?
Hello.
Hello,
Yeah.
we hear you.
Yes, we hear you.
It's
Can you
because
hear
of
us?
the.
Please come again.
I was saying that maybe it's because of the earphones. That's why you couldn't hear me.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you now loud and clear.
But now you're here, and we asked you up front, could you tell us a bit, share with us a bit about your life, and especially the period that you were in the street, just to share how important it is that we work for and with street children?
Yes, thank you. First of all, Harid, I can say that I'm so proud of you, and I totally understand each and every step of your journey, and know it's not easy living on a street life. But as for me also, like Monique just said, it happened to me as well. I can't say it's an unforgettable experience, but it also makes you stronger. Like, you see different sides of life, and you try out different possibilities, and you do also things that you never thought that you would ever do. Where I can say, in short, starting with my background story, I'm the firstborn among 4 sons, who was born on a mother who was also still young. My mom had me when she was 15, and my dad was 17. And so they were all adolescents, that they were not ready to become parents yet. So I was raised by my grandmother, but at the same time, I was living with my father. My mother, on the other side, had some other kids with different men. So we are a total of 4 boys at 4 different men. So each and every brother I have is only half brother. So living with my grandma, as most people expect that a life at your grandma's house is perfect, that you are well raised. But for me, it was never easy at all, because there was my father who did not accept me or take me as his son at all, who never even considered having me in the first place, who always said that I was a mistake. So you understand how that must have been for a young kid growing up. So I grew up in that difficult situation, and my dad also happens to be a drug addict, that every time he would take drugs, he would come home drunk, and the first thing on his mind would be like, where the hell is that son? And he would beat me, sometimes even breaking my bones, that would end up me being in a hospital, severely injured. And most of the time, I didn't even have any life insurance. So it was never easy at all for me to grow up in that situation. So I lived in such a type of life until I was 16 years of age, that my grandma decided to say that she can't take it anymore. Like, now in Rwanda, the law says that you are supposed to have your ID at the age of 16. So when I had my ID, she said that she can't take it anymore, that she can't support all those fights between me and my dad. She can't abandon my dad, because that's her only son. All other kids my grandma ever had were killed during genocide in 1994 that happened in Rwanda. That's 26 years ago. And since she said that maybe it's a good idea that you also go and live with your mother, because your dad here is also at his mom's place. So it kind of broke my heart that the only place that I ever thought of as my home was like being taken away from me, if I could say, or it was abandoning me. So by then I went to seek refuge on my mom, who I can say that, okay, she was a prostitute by then, and she was not ready to have any kids around her at all, because I don't know, maybe it's a prostitute thing that she thinks that it might have affected her prostitution business. So she also pushed me away, but in the process, she ended up like breaking my heart and my soul, because she told me that she wished that she would have killed me during my pregnancy, but she didn't. So since she didn't even care either I live or not, that's why she thrown me away to my irresponsible father, who also should have never taken care of me. So from that moment, I immediately considered myself an orphan. I was like, technically, I am an orphan. I don't have a parent who loves me, who can give me the affection and parental needs that every child needs to feel. So that's how my journey of street life began. I was 16 years then. I was still studying. It was a very difficult time, but in everything I did, I told myself that if I don't study, I'm going to end up being useless for the rest of my life. So I set my own goals then and told myself, if there is anything that I'm going to do, I'm going to make each and everyone who ever made bad decisions towards me regret that. I lived on the street, not for a short time. I lived there for almost like 2 years. Surviving was not easy. And there is also rules here in Rwanda where they avoid street children. So mostly by avoiding them, they take them to jail or they take them to rehab centers, because they think that most of the children who live on street are drug addicted or they are drug abused. So I kind of also faced those occasions a lot of times, where they thought that I'm also a drug addict or a drug dealer or anything related to drugs. And sometimes I will be taken to the local jails, but later I would explain myself that I didn't choose this life. It's just that my family abandoned me. So the authorities would even try to help me out, but it was all in vain, because they had like to tell you to afford a lawyer, and at that moment I'm not sure that I was even able to afford my own breakfast or lunch, so I couldn't possibly afford a lawyer. So I kept on living in that life. My friends, my colleagues at school were the only ones who were beside me, because I was in a day school then, that I would go to school in the morning after spending the whole night on streets, sleeping in bushes. And most of the time at school, I would look dirty and smell bad because of not washing. And I would be like ignored or be isolated at school. And they would say that we don't need to sit to that smelly boy. We don't need to get close to him. Maybe he has some diseases. Maybe he has some germs. We don't need to be infected. He's contagious, in short, if I can say. But there were teachers who were like proud of me, who loved me because I was a very smart kid then. And they would say that every child deserves a chance to study, has a right to education. But most of them would even tell me that the reason to why you are still in school is because our government says so, that we are not allowed to chase away kids at school just because of their condition. But I also thank some of the school administration members who were like so supportive to me. They were like, he just had a bad family, he had a bad background, but as you can see, he is a really smart kid. So they're the ones who were like supporting me to keep on studying. And after the studies, I would go back to street life, try to make a living and do some petty jobs. Like there's this common thing that street children in Rwanda do, where they pick up like rotten or thrown away metal objects that they would sell them, and it actually made nothing. So I had to live in that type of life, and sometimes I would also beg for food. Some people would be generous enough to give you something to eat, some other people would not. So it was always hurting, but I always kept my mind steady that I need to become great for myself. I need to make those people regret, because that was my target by then. So luckily, I passed my ordinary level in secondary school, and I was going to start my advanced level, and I didn't have any sponsorship or anyone to pay school fees for me then. I was lucky enough to finish the ordinary level with the help of the school administration, who were allowing me to study for free. But in advanced level, it was a different situation, because you had to go to a boarding school. So they couldn't take you in. So I was lucky enough that I had this club I used to be in during my ordinary level, that was called Children's Hope Club, that would most of the times sponsor kids who were homeless, helpless, who didn't have anything. So they helped me. I had a sponsor then. It was a lady from in United States, Texas. Her name was Oliver Burgess, and she supported me for 1 year. But after that 1 year, I didn't have anyone else to sponsor my school fees. So I had to drop out of school. I was in senior 4 by then, and the advanced level ends at senior 6. So I had to drop out of school and started to work, also living on the streets again, so that I earn the school fees for the next year. So I survived that whole year on streets, where sometimes having some bad friends, but I also told myself they might be bad to others. All I should do is I should be careful that they do not influence me. So most of them were drug dealers, were all those sorts of bad things I said before. That's what they do. And I had to live with them just because I needed shelter. I was tired of sleeping on streets. I was having some diseases from the cold outside nights. I was, and sometimes I was totally dirty. Like at the moment, no one would even wish to say hello to me, where they would in a distance. So I had to find a shelter. I had to live with those drug dealers and drug addicts. But most of the time, by daytime, I will be away trying to find something to do. And I made sure that they don't know that I have even a single coin on me, because they would ask me to pay the rent or help them with anything, or maybe use my money in their drug business. So I had to be careful. So when I started senior 5, I finished the first term, and by the moment I was going to begin the second term, I met this guy who used to live in New Zealand. He was a Rwandan living in New Zealand, and he was really interested in my story. He was telling me that you are such a tough kid, and I feel sorry for you that you had to go all through those difficult situations, but I want to help you. So desperate as I was then, I agreed to that, saying to myself that I believe now all my troubles are over, all my worries are done. Now I'm going to have a good life, where it began first of all with him giving me a home where to live, bought me clothes, took care of me as his own son. So it was time for the procedure to find the passport and the papers for me to leave the country. But he told me that having a visa in Rwanda is not going to be easy, and it's going to take time. And he's a businessman. He needs to be back home soon. So we will bypass Tanzania and Zambia. That's where we will get my visa so that we can go to New Zealand. So I agreed to that. But little did I know that that man was not like feeling sorry for me or feeling pity for me at all. He was using me for his own good. So it was until it was the final day of me having my passport, but at the immigration office, they told me that we think that you are too young to go abroad by yourself. So we want to know, are you with your parents or guardian or anyhow? So I told them that I'm with the guardian, and they asked me that, where are your parents? I couldn't tell them that they are dead, because if you say that your parents are dead, they ask you for the death certificate. So I told them that they are alive, but they couldn't take care of me. So I've been suffering. So it's this guy who's my guardian now, who's decided to take me in, and who's also going to help me with my studies and also my future life. And I said that that sounds quite suspicious. You should have your official permission from your parents. So you have to bring your father to sign for you to have the passport, so that whatever happens, that they will not like bring any charges to us that we permitted you to leave the country without their consent. So I tried to get back to my family, but they said no, they denied me the right to go abroad. So the guy decided to leave, and then there I was alone once again. So that year of school was like for nothing. I had to repeat it. But also luckily later I found out through some police investigation, they told me that I was going to be hijacked, that guy was going like to sell my organs. I don't know, human trafficking, if that's what they call it. that she was going to take me away and I would meet some doctors. They would tell me that they're going to test me for some diseases. And that's when I was going to be operated on, that they were going to sell my lungs, my kidneys, and my heart. So I was shocked that I had to survive that. And I was like, I don't know what was going through my mind. And I thought about everything and I was like, yeah, that was too sweet to be true. So I had to keep on surviving again. And later I found a shelter in a Muslim family where they also asked me that if I need their help, I should become a Muslim. So I said yes, because I wanted to live by then. I needed shelter. I needed to keep on going to school. So they helped me again. And then I got back to school and I studied. So I kept on living in that condition until the end of my high school. And in my final year, that's when I met Monique Van Dam. And let me thank God that Monique didn't propose to me to go abroad by then, because if she had said so, I would have had the same thought that maybe she's going to hijack me. So
Yeah.
I met Monique, and I was really happy that we had that type of connection, that she understood me very clearly, and we had the common dreams, whereby I was like, why is the world so unfair to youngsters? Why can't our voices be heard? Why can't our tears be seen? Why can't our grief be felt? But she felt all those things that I wanted the world to see. She saw all of those and took me in. And I also thank her that until now, I am who I am because of her. So after I finished high school, the family I used to live in, they told me that, well, we had agreed to support you until the end of high school. Now you have graduated your high school. I had good grades, by the way. I was in the top 5 at the school where I was studying with good grades. I had 45 marks out of 60. So that's quite a lot of marks when you're studying computer science here in Rwanda. So my next refuge was towards Monique and the One World Citizen family, and I'm happy that they took me in, and now I've never felt at home. So that's why I said that, Brother Kahid, I do feel you 100%. That's an experience that one would ever want to go back to, or would wish for their beloved ones to be in. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, thank you very much, Ivan, for sharing this all. Do you want to say something, Khalid, or not?
Wow. I have nothing to say. He said everything. It's really touched my heart, and he reminded me for a lot of things that's happened to me also. And yeah, the only thing I said, thank you for sharing with us, and you're really strong and inspiring, man. Thank you.
Yeah, and what I can add to that is, for both of you, when we hear your stories, you can see the power you have inside. You have so much power from yourself. And when I was in Rwanda in 2018, on one of the last days during the 3-week visit, we visited the school where Ivan was studying. And we were with the team of Rwanda, with Jean-Paul and Obed and Pradeep and Augustine. We were visiting his school because one of the teachers, Zuberi, invited us, and we would like to meet the people, the youngsters from the vocational school, the ICT department, because we already knew we want to provide the ICT basic training in Rwanda. So we were there, we were introducing ourselves, sharing the story about One World Citizens, and every time we had a question, only one student stood up in a white shirt and answered us, and that was Ivan. So we didn't know each other, but I knew he is the leader of this room, so I have to contact him and see to stay connected. So at the end, like we do every time, we made a group picture, and Ivan was beside me. And we all had papers with the global goals, because we also made a video clip, the Ubuntu song the day before. And we took that papers with us for the group picture. And Ivan had the paper with global partnerships. So I don't know, we didn't plan to stand together, but we stood together. And then I was also very tired, but I looked aside and I said to Ivan, well, I see you have the global partnerships in your hands. In case we would like to start the ICT basic training and we need a leader, would you be willing to be that leader? Can I have your email address? And then he said, yes. And then I had to go because it was the last day. We had to pack our suitcase, etc. And after some weeks, I contacted him because we were ready to start. And then we contacted by a smartphone, like we always do with the people and the new people we meet in One World Citizens. And then I said, well, Ivan, I think the time has come to start working together. And then step by step, I didn't know about his history yet. Step by step, we came to the plan, the activities. And he was very, we already felt that we have the same vision. It was very interesting to meet each other from different backgrounds and very different lives, as you know now. And then start sharing the ideas. What can we do? And why should we do it? And how? And we understood each other from the first moment. So it felt like we are family, yes? And then I found out that he was kind of homeless. So, and he was not living in Kigali then already. So I thought, I talked with Jean Paul, and we had some budget from the city of Eindhoven for a kind of small grant for our activity. So I said, so invite him to come to live to Kigali, because there the ICT basic training should start. So it was not a long talk. We said yes. So we organized some budget, and you moved to Kigali, Ivan, and
Yes.
you found yourself a cheap place to rent your own home. We invested a small budget for the things you needed, and then we started collaboration. And it was only last year when I was in Kigali for the second time that I asked you, please share a story with me. And then I heard this story. So,
Yes.
yeah, we can say this is how we create the One World Citizens family. It starts with coincidences, obviously. But it brings the right people together.
Yeah.
And it proved again, it confirmed for me the power of youngsters. Also, of course, all the generations are powerful, but when I work with you, I see so much motivation, so much inspiration, and especially you act, you just act. So we can change the world with you, I'm convinced.
Yes.
So, gentlemen, whoa, this is a really good story, let's say, or meeting or presentation, how we can call it. To end up with you, Khalid, this is about your foundation, Amal, and about the youngsters you would like in the same situation, like we heard from Ivan. First, back to you, Ivan. Khalid is working on education, integration, and housing for the street children. What could you say about the most important thing for street children? What do you think they need most?
Yes, thank you. Well, the first things that the most street children need now are the basic needs. First of all, they need to find shelter. That's the first and main basic thing. And the second is that they need food. Most of street children are always dying daily. We are having big numbers of children dying of hunger. Those are special cases in Africa. They need clothes, and they need consultation, like they need this therapy to make them feel like they are humans like others. They need this therapist to make them feel like they are not abandoned, they are not a mistake like most of them are told or are shown to be. So after that, then I think it's also better that they have a good education like any other family grown kid. So those are my ideas, main and basic ideas for the street children.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And that's exactly what you do, Khalid.
Yeah.
Yeah. To end this session, please, Khalid, would you like to share something?
Well, something about my project or personal thing, or
yeah, or can we do something for you? How can we help you in a way?
yeah, there is no specific thing that I can mention it, but you already helped me a lot, and I think there's time to ask you how I can help you out.
Okay.
And you
Okay.
have do you have a co-creation table, Khalid?
Yes.
This week?
Yeah.
Which one is that?
It is Zero Hunger.
Together with Pradeep, that's the table?
Together with Pradeep, yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay. Well, what I can say from One World Citizens, we will support you, of course, Khalid, to set up your NGO and to work out your projects.
Yeah. And I do also want to give a sort of a call to action for the other youngsters who are participating in this conference from Europe, is that we should include. I hear myself. Wait a second. Okay. So we should include young migrants in any project that we would take on. And of course, because in Europe, there's a lot of young migrants or newcomers who also don't have a status still, and they are spread over Europe. So my call to action would be, if you start thinking about if you want to take on a project, involve young migrants or newcomers as well, because they can bring you so much inspiration and so many good ideas to action, and to make it real, to make a real impact together with them. So yeah, that would be my call to action for this conference.
Yeah, I want to add something to that. It's even more when we think about achievement of the global goals with no one left behind, working locally, but also internationally in homelands or in developing countries. The newcomers are our key partners to achieve the global goals. We can work here together, learn from each other, but also work together in the homelands. Yeah. And what I also know is, Ivan, you will be you will give the presentation or tell more about your life at 8 o'clock tonight in the live stream. Am I right?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
So hopefully your cam or your the internet connection is good enough that we can see you at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I think you will be better by then.
Okay, good. Well, a big respect to both of you, and thank you very much that we could be part of this good keynote, let's say. And from my heart, I love you, and we will support you with all we can. And I give you, Khalid, the final word.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you all, guys, Monique, Alice, and Ivan as well, and all people who are watching us. I would like to thank you all, guys, and we hope we can grow together, we can work together to make the world a better place. and we hope that we can achieve our goals. And thank you all, guys, and have a nice evening.
Keep up the great work, Khalid. Keep up the great work you do.
Oh yeah, I forget to thanks Lisa. You are really amazing. Thank you so much. Much love, respect, and you did amazing. Your microphone is off.
Hi, I'm sorry. Well, thank you very much for being here. I will see you. I will see you later this week in
You
real
wanna
life.
see?
I will
Okay.
see you again very, very soon.
Bye bye.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your story, and we
you
hope to
too.
hear from you soon. So, thank you everybody for watching this Living Legends seminar. We are having another break again. We're going to be back at 8 o'clock with Ivan, and he's going to tell us all about his project and his work. And we really want to thank you for watching again at this Living Legends seminar, and we can't wait to see you in another 40 minutes. So, thank you very much, and see you soon. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to our live stream. And thank you very much for tuning in once again for our final living legend of the evening. We are going to talk with Ivan. You already heard something, some of his stories in the past Living Legend seminar, but now he's going to tell his story and his project and hopes to inspire you all with his amazing journey. So I would like to introduce you all to Ivan once again and invite him to share his amazing stories with you. Welcome, Ivan.
Hello. Hello. Hi. How are you?
How are you doing?
Can you hear me? I'm fine now.
I can hear you. Well, take the floor and please tell us all about yourself and about your amazing journey.
Yes. Thank you so much. I feel like now I'll have to do this regularly. Well, my name is Ivan. I'm 23 years old, turning 24 next month, actually. I'm a high school graduate. I haven't started university yet. And part of One World Citizen family, and also the managing director, the founder and the managing director of our youth trade private enterprise called ICTalk. Uh, to begin with, ICTalk started with just an idea, like everything else or any other big idea or project. It started with this idea when I met Monique during his visit in the summer of 2018 in Rwanda. I was so interested in what she was sharing with us, with her team, about the Sustainable Development Goals. It was so inspiring that I felt like this is a big movement that I would love to participate in. So I started like that after finishing up my high school. Me and also an amazing team that I have behind on my back. We started working with Monique and Jean Paul and uh, Sultan Zuberi. Those were the OWC members from Rwanda that showed us the way on how we were participating in the ICT training program because that's the one that we were working on by then. So we started like that, and then it went very well because I can say that we caught on up quick about the ICT basic training because we were also high school graduates in computer science. So ICT was like our main thing. So that's how we started. But later I thought to myself that why can't we have something unique, something that people will always remember that this is something that was created by the youth for the youth, and look at how big it has grown. So an idea struck like that, and the the name kept on ringing in the back of my brain like ICTalk, like use ICT as your voice, use ICT as your weapon, use ICT as your tool. So that's how the name ICTalk came to creation. And I discussed this with my amazing team, and we all had the same understanding that they all had also the common goal that if possible, people should remember us as ICTalk members, these young boys and girls who used ICT to develop the local communities, other than being only remembered as part of One World Citizen members, which is also not a bad thing, of course. And so we kept on we started with web design and graphic design as our main key activities. But we said this is not enough. We need to keep on the fire burning of ICT basic training. So we took on ICT basic training to our hands, and now we can say that we successfully trained more than 300 trainees in Rwanda know how to use their computers in daily lives, and that's all because to us So another thing is that we kept on progressing from the ICT basic training. We wanted to spread ICT in the whole country, and we are still up to that. We are still also doing that. But later on, I was providing training somewhere in Bugesera district, it's in eastern province of Rwanda, that I noticed something strange. We are teaching ICT. We are teaching people how to use computers, how they can make use of computers in their daily lives, but they also don't know how to use their smartphones. Because I was surprised in a school where I was holding the ICT trainings that even the teachers were asking me about simple things on how to use their smartphones, like how am I supposed to send the pictures on WhatsApp? How am I supposed to save the contact on my phone? How am I supposed to save my contacts on the email? So I was like, this is also something that's needed. More than 80% here in the Rwandan population have phones, and among that, more than 60% of them have smartphones. But what would be the use of the smartphones if you don't know how to use them? And there was also this very good program in Rwanda called Connect Rwanda, where every family is going to be given free smartphones. That's an initiative that was started with MTN Rwanda in collaboration with uh, Marathon and also the Ministry of ICT and other collaborators. And like, what's going to be the use of these smartphones if people don't know how to use them? So another project idea struck up of the smartphone basic training. So we assessed the possibilities. We talked to the marathon management. We approached the Ministry of Education. I mean the Ministry of ICT and Innovation in Rwanda. They haven't given their reply yet, but we hope and believe that if there is someone from Ministry of ICT watching this, that this is going to be bigger than anyone thinks. Because now imagine each and everyone in Rwanda having the digital literacy with these 21st century skills that we need to have. Because in Rwanda, people have this ideology of saying that technology is just for kids, it's just for youngsters. And most of them think that the youngsters are using technology for the bad only. They don't think that people are using technology to improve their daily lives. So we need to show them that there is a bigger positive side of technology than people think it is. And also to inherit with One World Citizen and a group of students from Netherlands, we are also developing this brilliant project idea of ICT van. So it's more like an easier, faster way to provide the ICT basic trainings through ICT vans. So it's more like a van equipped with all ICT materials that we will be needing to give our trainings. And then after, we'll approach each and every location in a faster way, more than they usually used. But we are not also going to abandon the old ways. We are going to try all possibilities because it is our dream to provide ICT basic skills to each and every corner of this country. And I believe, like we always say, in youth power, together we can with no one left behind. Thank you. Okay, let's see. But also, please, people who have uh, any ideas, suggestions, questions, we are here to answer them for you. And it really gives me a great pleasure, and it's an honor for me to be sharing you with this. I mean, it's not been an easy way for any of us, and may also take this moment to thank the brilliant team behind my back, starting with Monique Bandam and everyone else in the OWC community. So, Aris, um, I see a question. What kind of jobs can ICT bring to youth of Rwanda? Yes, thank you so much. The kind of jobs that ICT can bring in Rwanda, they are numerous. Like, for example, most people don't know how to use banking services in their smartphones or even using their computers by logging on to the banking system. So that's something that you do for money here in Rwanda. There is this where or the services that are called Irembo services in Rwanda, where you get most of the government services that are mostly highly paid by anyone in need of those services. So I believe with these ICT skills, there will be more employment opportunities. There is web development. There is graphic design. There is ICT training, like we do. People still need to do ICT, and I believe we are still a group of youngsters doing that. If we can provide these skills to people and they give back to the community, will be our goal will be achieved faster and easily. Yes, Monique is asking, can I can you tell us about Connect Rwanda and the smartphone basic training? Yes, thank you. Like I was saying in delivery, Connect Rwanda is an initiative that began with the CEO of MTN Rwanda. It's a telecommunication company for those who don't know. Where she made a call for action for everyone to contribute to the community by giving smartphones. Like she's we began this initiative by providing smartphones to the people, mostly the people in rural areas that don't know how to use them. And later on, the president and his family also helped on with the initiative. So the people with greater power can come forward to each and participate in this initiative of providing smartphones. Now, so far, we can say that more than 5,000 smartphones have been provided to 5,000 families, and the numbers are increasing day by day. So the idea of the smartphone basic training was like I asked myself if I was in the position of those local citizens, like I'm a farmer, I just do farming, or maybe I do agriculture, or those people living in the poor life conditions. If I was to have a smartphone, most of those people are illiterate. If I were to have a smartphone without me knowing how to use what's going to be the use of this smartphone, obviously nothing. So I believe even some of them might even have the phones and be like, this is useless. I just need money for food. I need to feed my family. We just go and sell it. So, for example, if the smartphone was like 500 euros, he might even provide it for 50 euros just to have food for his family. So, but I believe with this smartphone basic training, we want to make an impact and show that smartphone is more than just a phone. It's more than just making calls and sending messages. It's more like you're working with the whole world within your hands. All you have to know is just how do I get to this? How do I get to that? Because ICT is a very wide field, is a very wide area that you cannot uh, like cover all alone. If I know this, if I know how to use basic applications in the smartphone, and you know how to access the basic websites, and someone else knows how to get to the news, to the media, we need to keep on sharing that knowledge so that we can keep on covering a bigger part in Rwanda. It always has to start with us. Don't wait for someone else to make action. If you can make a move, do that now, and maybe others will join on. So, if you can make that impact, so I might also take this opportunity to make a call for action for everyone also here in Rwanda and also outside Rwanda to help us spread the word about these brilliant ideas and that we need to support the youngsters because they are covered with these brilliant ideas. All they need is just they need advocacy, they need voices to be heard. That's all I can say. Okay, so someone asked me like, how or where did you learn to use ICT tools? Thank you. For me, ICT has always been my kind of thing that it's been my passion since I was a child. Like I started to use ICT at the age of 7 years. I always had a dream of, like, I would say that I need to take on courses that will allow me to have my own computer. Because by then, I only thought that computer was good for good games and watching movies only. But the more I kept on that love and passion for ICT, I discovered that there is more than games and movies in the field of ICT. So I started them, and then I would also have some small fee to go and pay in the cyber cafe to access the internet. And that's where I learned my first ICT skills, like how to do copy and paste. And until now, it's become crucial and important in my everyday life. Because if it had not been by then, I wouldn't have been where I am today. Uh, Proud to say that I'm an IT social entrepreneur. Uh, your microphone is on mute. Oh, sorry.
You're right.
Oh, yes.
I,
There you
I was wondering, are you in the office?
Yes, I am in the office now at the country
I-
records.
Is there a party going on?
Oh, it's just some artist in the studio and also Mr. Jimpo. But apart from that, there's also a heavy rain going on outside. So maybe that's where you can
Ah,
hear that interference from.
okay. By that sound, we maybe not got all the things you said. So could you please tell a bit more about once again about the smartphone basic training? Why you organize it? Are organizing it?
Yes, thank you. Like I said, we are organizing the smartphone basic training to provide these smartphone basic skills that are needed to each and every citizen in Rwanda so that they don't have to always find people to do the main services that they need for themselves, where they can do them with just their phone, like banking services, mobile money services, accessing the social media platforms, like accessing common websites, watching news, those things that are needed daily that we do, and they think that they can't. We need to provide the skills on how to they can do those, and it's easier than they think. All they all we just need is a shot to prove to the Rwandan community that everything is possible with our voices joined together.
Yeah, and you trained a group of 22 youngsters already to give the training. Am I right?
Yes,
So soon you can start, and then the dream is to spread it through the whole country.
yeah, that's our dream actually. We want to approach each and every corner in Rwanda, and we will not be regarding anyone's status or kind of life. As long as you are interested, the courses are free for everyone.
Yeah, and you even went to the ministry to talk with Mr. Lambert, as I know. Please share
Yes.
about it.
Yeah, exactly. So after assessing this brilliant idea, we decided to approach the Mr. Rambert. He was the contact person in the ministry. So we told him about this brilliant idea and explained how it would be useful to the community. So he made suggestions of what we should do or the documents that we need to provide to the ministry so that they might allow us to do the trainings. And we did that and we sent them by mail to the minister herself, Miss Mrs. Paula Ingabire. She's the Ministry of ICT and Innovation in Rwanda. And so, as now we are still waiting the reply because we heard that things in the ministry can take a little bit longer because they still need to assess all possibilities and see if they can respond or to all the needs that we gave them in our proposal.
Yeah, so you might play a big role as a team and youngsters in Rwanda to not only bring the ICT basic training to the rural areas, but also the smartphone basic training.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a,
so
it's kind of big thing. We just wish that everyone would realize that and see what we are doing to give back to the community. And we do want more people to join our movement because if not us, then who? That's the question I always ask myself.
yeah, and in spring, I guess, and also last year, you also trained about 300 to 500 youngsters in the IT basic training. And I think it was during weekends and after school time. Am I right?
Yes, we did do use the weekends and after school time because that's the time we find available for the trainees. Because everywhere that we wanted to give the trainings, at first they didn't understand our goal, so that's why they had to give us like the leftover time that's not mostly used, and we made the best out of it. Because even now they are still wishing us to go back and train more people there, but that's why we also choose this brilliant program of train the trainer. So after giving the ICT basic training, we choose the best of the best trainees and equip them with the skills of to become the trainers themselves. Sorry. So that they can carry on the spirit of ICT training.
Yeah, so by that train the trainer model, it can be spread through whole Rwanda. It's okay. It's okay. So, do we have more questions? I ask the audience.
Well, let's wait and see. But meanwhile, Monique, if it's okay with you, you can also share some insights on how the idea came of ICT training was started with you.
Ivan, we cannot hear you so clearly. Somehow you have to speak louder, or we have to change something.
Maybe it's because of the rain outside. Can you hear
Aha.
me this way? Okay. I was saying that if it's okay with you, Monique, you can share with us some insights on how the idea came of ICT basic training and onwards.
I'm sorry, Ivan, but I think it's because of the weather that the connection is not good enough. So,
Maybe.
is it raining?
Yeah, it's raining cats and dogs outside.
Oh yes,
Very heavy rain.
we can almost hear the rain falling. So yeah, we know from experience that by this kind of weather, it will not be possible to have a good connection. So I think
Yeah,
it will be best maybe to finish this session. Maybe say something again, Ivan. Let's see.
yeah, yeah. Well, I can say that maybe since the weather is not so good outside, we end this session, but the room is open for the questions that maybe we
Yeah. So I think we best finish this session. Unfortunately, what we can do is we can invite Ivan back to the studio another day this week and hear the story and share more questions. So, on behalf of everyone, Ivan, thank you very much for sharing your story already about ICT Talk and the success of the ICT basic training and hopefully also the smartphone basic training soon. And maybe we can give the word to Lisa to invite us to the next session. Tell us a bit more about the next part of the program. Are you there, Lisa? Or maybe she's gone to dinner? Ah,
Hi,
Lisa.
I'm not
Okay,
Lisa.
also good.
I'm not Lisa, but I can do the same thing. Yeah, so Ivan, let's see, make another appointment maybe for somewhere in the program of next week. At 9 o'clock, there's a campfire song session. It's a Zoom link, so everyone is invited there to close off this wonderful evening with a lot of inspiration from the living legends in a nice warm setting and having fun together. So yeah, please join. The link should be shared somewhere. Monique, do you know where that link is to the Zoom meeting?
It is, yeah, it is sent to everyone who signed up. I will also share it now on the We Grow Together Facebook timeline for a while, just to give everyone opportunity to join the Zoom meeting. And Ivan, you can sing too. So as soon as the rain stops, please join the campfire song, because everyone who can
yeah,
sing is invited to sing. Yes.
yeah, sure. Thank you so much. It will be an
Yeah.
honor.
Thank you so much, and we'll be back at 9 o'clock in Zoom, and otherwise for everyone else tomorrow. I think we start again 4 o'clock with the introduction to the co-creation tables. So get ready for some action. Thanks,
Yeah.
everyone.
Thank
Okay.
you.
See
Have a
you
good
soon.
evening. Bye.
Bye.